Hello everyone, this is Wei, and welcome back. And welcome back to the DevStream of OpenLive3D. Welcome. So great. Today we're going to talk about shaders. We're going to talk about the visual effect, and what we plan to do is that we are going to apply some visual effects such as like blur, such as not just blur, but also some other kinds of effect, like ray and things like that. Yeah, so we're going to first inventory what kinds of visual effects are there, right? So this is the first thing. And after today, tomorrow will be mobile support, which will probably also take a long time. And then we will have a better UI development stream. Interesting. So let's get back to, sorry, instead of starting directly to the shaders, let's have a look at the visual that we developed Monday, 2 days ago. And for the visual, this is the test stream, right? So currently in the test stream, you will see that we are still using this collapsed selection. But don't worry, we will update it since we're updating this into our production every week, once a week. We will not let this into production before we have the better GUI update. In better GUI, what I will like to do is that we will provide option for different users to select different UI layout. So this is one layout, but this will not be the default layout. The default layout will actually be the layout that we had before, that actually have at this the yeah the the move selections being not collapsed, like being there already, right? So that is, although you will see that in the test UI, this is a collapse. This is in the collab format, but don't worry, this will not be directly shipped to production until we have the Friday better GUI development. Cool. So let's start. Let's start with the visual effect, right? So in the visual effect, we actually have some reference. This is the reference screen capture that I take. I believe this is from something called Shoot. Shoost? SHOOST. So this screenshot is from SHOOST, Shoost, version 0.8.2. So we are trying to, uh, let me remove the test. Cool. So this screenshot is from the Shoost visual effect, and we are trying to add this replicate sound of it. Right, so let's continue on the inventory. Right, so let's move it aside. What we will like to do is that we want to know the first thing, the goal of today. That's this development target to build the foundation, sorry, for visual effect and develop 1 to 2 sample effects, right? So the target today is not to complete everything. It's not to complete all the visual effect, but to have 1 to 2 sample effect set up and also set up the foundation for the entire visual effect. And I believe that should be good enough. And the first thing that we to do is to inventory possible effects, right? So the inventory possible effect is the reason why we have this image here. This is the sample from Shoost. Let me have a text box to address this. Zero point 8.2, it seems. Great. And from this effect, we after we do the inventory, we will have uh, implementation code structure design. So basically, code structure design. And after the code structure design, we will do the coding and then sample selection. Okay, code structure design, sample selection. So what is sample selection? So we're going to develop 1 to 2 sample effects, right? So we were going to select what kind of sample that we're going to develop, and then we do the coding plus the coding will include the structure and also the sample, and then after coding we will have the test. That's use development. Great. And yes, so this is the process today. This is what we're going to go through, and I believe we will likely spend quite a long while into this. So the 1 to 2 samples, ideally, if we're going to do 2 samples, we will want to do it separately. I mean, maybe one in, for example, color correction, and one in blur, one in flare. Right. So we will know. We will know what we're going to do with it. Right. So the first thing that we know that we have to do is to do inventory possible effect. Right. So like what we have listed. Let's copy this image again. Like what we have listed here, we can see the sample. Right. So the sample is that there is a screen defect that we can select different kinds of filter, and then there is a color correction, and also there is a blur and sharpness. So from what I see from the sample video, this screen defect, blur and sharpness, color corrections are all kind of like uh, a direct implementation to the canvas. So before we print out the image from the canvas, uh, we can have like pixel to pixel like effect manipulation to it, and I believe this could be what we are looking for. So what I think we, in terms of the effect, let's have, okay, so let's first copy it. Screen effect. Right, this can be a bit more difficult to pull out. So I think we are not going to use screen effect today, But in terms of the structure design, we have to list them out. Right, blur and sharpen. Interesting. Flare, and flare is a different beast. Right, so flare, we're going to have light. Flare control, it can be quite difficult. Camera is interesting. Right, so camera is also an interesting visual effect that we can apply to it. And are there other things that we haven't listed. Uh, yes, there are other types of effect. So from what I am seeing right now, there is a from okay. I'm currently checking the shoes example, and that just list down whatever are there. Ring effect, sorry, ring light and ring light. LED panel. Okay, LED panel. These are just listing, so we are going to do the development, and we're going to try to organize them afterward, right? So we're just listing the effects. So weather effect, weather effect, particle effects. Am I spelling that correctly? Yes. Particle effect, camera flashing. This is basically camera, right? I don't think we need to add another one. And this one, camera switcher. I don't really understand it, but I think this is also camera effect. I think I know what it is saying, but okay. But that's listed as camera effect also. Great. So these are the effects that we listed. And how how do we take those into consideration? All right. So after list down all these effects, I think we can actually group it. The first thing is that we want to group it as canvas modification, right? So for screen effect, color correction, blur, these are all canvas modification, right? Because we already have the 3D model there, and also we have the everything render, and then we want to apply some color correction, some blurriness. We're basically directly editing on kind of like the exported video, right? The exported video. So we are drawing, we are modifying after we already draw everything on the screen, right? We already draw the 3D model here, and we're trying to modify it. So this kind of modification can be organized as canvas modification. So after canvas modification, we have flare, we have camera. These are 3D object tuning. Tuning or changes, right? Because for flare, we can change the current direct light. For the VRN, for OpenLive3D, currently we only have one single light inside the 3D scene. That is the front-facing light directly putting in front of our face. So we have a light directly in front of our face. Interestingly enough, for example, if I turn the model back, you will see that, especially here, right? You will see that our back got a different color. That is just because like we only have, and also our face, right? You can see that the light is just right in front of our face. So this is very obvious how the light is going. Great. So let's turn our model back. And so camera is also a 3D model change. And ring light is also a 3D model change because if we want to add a new light, that's why I'm puzzling a bit here because for ring light it could be the same as a flare effect, right? Yeah, because ring light is like very similar to the flare effect. Or because for flare, if we're just changing the single light in front of us, change the color of it, yes. But I think we can also add new light to it, which will be very difficult, I would say, because like I don't know, visual effects very hard to tackle. Just by tuning the front light in front of the VRM model actually already took me a long time. So yeah, and adding ring light, nah, basically lighting. So I would just remove this because I think flare should cover it. Um, lighting, right? Flare, lighting, it basically covered it. Let's put it like this. And the LED panel, which is an interesting special effect that will put your own self as a LED panel behind you. And this is quite interesting because currently we know in OpenLive3D the background is either image or one single color, right? And the reason why the background is either image or one single color is that, for example, if that's one single color, you can change the color. All right. So, for example, for the panel that I am doing here, if in setting in background I change it to blue, and yeah, we have a blue color. So now I change the background color to blue. But the problem exists. What is the problem? The problem is that normally when we are recording videos like what we're doing now, we will not make the VRM model full screen. We actually crop the VRM windows and only make it like a part of the screen. So this could be difficult. Let's change it back to the green one. Okay. And we are applying a chroma key to make the background transparent, right? So this could be the problem, because if we're adding an LED panel in the background, yes, for sure, we can capture that. But after we capture the background, there will not be a full screen LED panel, right? This will just be inside the background. So that could be interesting. I'm just saying that could be interesting. We will have to think how that can be implemented. But I will say background modification is inside a different structure. Modification is inside a different structure compare to the canvas modification and also 3D object changes, right? So this is a different groups of change that we can do. And also for weather effect, particle effect, these are foreground modification, right? So foreground modification. These two are foreground modification. And I will suggest for many of the weather effect, for example, when I'm saying that raining, when I'm saying like some of the effect like snowing, these are pretty much very similar to particle effects. Very similar. Just that for raining, we might also have some like light changes in the in the camera. But other than that, I think everything is very similar to weather effect. Okay, but I agree that these two can be separated because in particle effect, it can be very complex, like fire particles or other kinds of particles. So it can be very different. And right, so I think these are the effects that we listed, and we pretty much try to, uh, yes, we're trying to copy shoes, but we're not going to be able to complete everything today, right? It's quite a complex system with 4 different modification structure. The idea today is to set up the background modification, foreground modification, 3D object changes, canvas modification, all inside one effect structure. And inside this effect structure, we can kind of try to tackle it, but the background modification, because we already have a background control inside our setting, right? So we have, for example, here we have a background control inside our setting. So should we keep the background LED panel here, or we don't need this here? We sometimes someday in the future maybe we can try to add the LED panel in the background. Yeah, but maybe we don't need to implement that background modification. Okay, let's keep this as an option. Keep this as an option. It definitely makes sense to keep it as an effect, right? Because that is an LED panel effect. But we probably don't need to yeah, worry about it too much. So let's get back to our process, right? So in the process, we pretty much inventory possible effect. We have some code structure. We have some effect structure designed already. We are now thinking of code structure, and also we can select some samples that we want to develop today. And in terms of the effect structure, we have it here. In terms of the code structure, let us see. So I believe what we want to do is that first of all we will have a UI for effect changing, right? So what we will like to do is to have outside of the current UI, we got model management, video control, setting, and parameter, right? These are all we got right now. Model management, video control, setting, parameters. Uh, how about we separate some of them out into effect, right? So into effect. So we can separate some of them out into effect. The background upload images. Yeah, and that's not, and then we don't add background into it. So we have an effect here in the control panel, right maybe between video control and setting. And inside that effect, in the UI change, we are going to provide the effect for canvas modification, 3D object changes, and okay. So let's put it image modification or video modification. Okay, so we have video modification. Inside that, we'll have different kinds of selection, and then we will have one flare and lightning. I think this can be separated. camera effect, yes, separate it, and then we have the foreground modification. No, and then let's call it particle effects, including weather effects into it. I think that makes sense. So yes. After the GUI part, we will do the modification to the code, and I think that's enough of a discussion for the code structure. Yes. And after that, let's talk about selecting some samples. So in terms of selecting samples, what I'm thinking is that we do this blur sharpen, we do one flare lighting, and then we do one particle effect. How about it? I think it should be good. Blur sharpen, flare lighting, one particle effect. And we're going to separate our coding into three major structure anyway, right? Three major structure. The camera one, although that is also that will be separated from the flare and lightning, but that is actually the same. It will be very similar implementation to the 3D object change. So that's just start our recording then, coding. And let's start the coding. Open up our code. Close our PowerPoint. And yes, with the code started, let's also open up our tests. Nice. And in the test, let's start around. Yes. Okay, let's start running. Wonderful. Wonderful, wonderful. We have everything set, and let's start the development. So the first thing first. We want to know if we can apply blur, right? Even without UI control, we are testing if we can apply blur to our final render. So, as what we could imagine, we will pretty much just be talking into our config manager, of course, index HTML, yes, we will do it. And we will not touch anything into our core, right? So today we will not touch our core at all. And without touching the core, we are going to also touch our GUI, right? So we're going to have index, config, and GUI. And inside the GUI, we are going to have an effect. So let's create a new file first. And we will call this file effect manager. Right, so we have a effect manager now. But before we actually start to tackle the effect manager, let's modify our GUI first. So what we will want let's okay, so first of all we have to check our sidebar. And inside our sidebar we have the setting conf box. Yes, we have a setting created here. Yeah, we call it conf box. It's a bad name, but yes, that is how it is. So inside the conf box, okay, let's check the test UI. Inside the video control and the setting, we're going to add one new visual effect. So we are going to add one new visual box. Yeah, let's just call it visual box. And this visual box will be triggered by this, yes, by this visual box button. Good. And inside this visual box button, where do we, let's see the config box button. I think we probably change it. Yes, we add the setting here, right? So what we want to do is that we have a new, visual box button, and we call it visual box button. And for this visual box button, we are providing a visual effect. Should we call it effect or visual effect? Effect. Effect. And inside this, should we also add a visual effect? Yeah, let's add a visual effect somewhere. Okay, so it is called effect. What is this? Okay, I think we should still call it visual effect though. And Hindi, sorry, I don't know the Hindi of it. JP, yeah, I'm bad at JP. And yeah, hopefully someone will be able to contribute to it later. But yes, let's add a visual effect. Effect, visual. And with that, let's check. 3VRN is not defined. We probably get uh, an error before that. Local get package 3 orbital. What is the first error that we face? Is it inside the HTML? I think just by doing this, we will not get any error, right? We will not get any error. And we didn't change too much of our code anyway. So let's see. GUI. Here we're already got an error because we have a problem there. Let's see. How about this? Nope. Why? We're not able to get 3VRN. Interesting. Are we getting a major error? Are we getting a save like that? Is it a save? Oh shit. Huh. Interesting. Interesting. Right while okay, so we're building the it's called OpenLive3D and hello, have a relax. So we're building OpenLive3D. This is basically a software to capture your facial landmark and turn it into the 3D model movement. So we're building VTuber software actually. Yeah. So as you can see, there are some bugs that currently we're seeing. I don't exactly know what is the problem. Is it because that there is a outage for the library retrieval from the 3VRM? I think that could be the reason. Hello, Gabriella. So yeah, are we able to get it to work? I think currently we're facing some outage in terms of how we could potentially retrieve this library, and let us see. The server is returning an unknown error. Yep. Cloudflare it shouldn't have anything to do with Cloudflare, right? Okay, so it seems like the onpkg.conf is currently broken because this should be officially supported by Pixiv. Let's see if the official library is broken. I think they're kind of fine. Is it? Should be fine. Okay, wait a second. And let's see if the Pixiv still support. What? Yeah, so Pixiv is broken. Or did they change their name? That could be problematic. Yeah, okay. Hope that is a short-term outage then. If that is not, then we are in trouble. Okay, let's get the 3VRN library. It's good that we're caught in on stream. So let's see if everything is broken because I believe for their example to work, aha, okay, okay, so they are not depending on that link that we use. Is there a release? Okay, it seems like yeah, okay. Right, I'm currently trying to understand what have been changed. Yeah, Pixiv 3VRN. I don't think they changed it. Yeah, I don't think they changed it. But how? Right. By the way, for have a relax and Gabriella, anything that you want to talk about? I'm currently trying to debug this mess though. Because a lot of people are using the 3VRN, and I think if this is broken, if this link is broken, shouldn't be just me. Behind the scene are always satisfying. What kind of behind the scene? Like, yeah, so I'm trying to link to, yes, I'm trying to link to the build from Pixiv, right? And we're getting some errors when trying to get the library. Right, so yes, it is kind of broken. for the official release. If it is broken for the official release, how do we handle it? One possible approach is that we download it, but I don't really want to at this currently at the moment, because that OpenLive works smoothly. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That's great, that's great. But it shouldn't work smoothly right now because one of the major dependency is broken. Yes. Because PZIF 3VR and lib official support is right now broken. How do we work this out? Okay, because we're seeing this problem, that we're getting this error. One of the idea that currently I have is that how about we create another repository that have all these libraries backed, and when we try to get the official library, and we'll still try to get official release of these packages, but if the packages doesn't exist, we can try to get it from our backup. On last night's stream, I was glitching for a while, but then it fixed on its own. Oh, glitching for a while? You mean the 3VRM? Sorry, you mean the OpenLive3D or? Oh, yeah. So you were using OpenLive3D last night and it was glitching. Mm, okay. Yeah, it is hard to debug for occasional issue. Yeah, it really is. If something broken, it's easy, right? But if 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 it glitch out. By the way, what is are you were you playing a game or something like that? Okay, I believe it is pointing to the same place, because for the skypack.dev, I'm trying to access the library, the official library, and ooh, and I get the file. That is interesting. So what if we change it here? Nope. Anime review. StreamYard. Interesting. Yeah, I don't think playing a video in the background would. But yeah, but there should be some bug inside the VR. I'm sorry, not inside VR. Inside OpenLive3D that could potentially cause it to glitch out, I believe. But we have to uh if we can get an example of it, that would be great. I think what we will need is to get an example of it. It is hard though. It is hard. We will need to wait until it glitch out, and we have to at that time, at that specific moment, try to check the log of it, and we need a log so that we can understand what went wrong. Okay. So officially, it also wants us to import from here. This is the new example, right? Yes. Yeah, this is the new example. So we are able to get the entire library from here. Okay, let me check the index. What are we trying to import? Inside the 3VRM. We're just trying to import 3VRM min.js. And here we are getting error. We're getting error because we are not, basically we're not getting this library. This library is missing. So what if, based on the example of Skypack, let's try to check if we can get this. I'm a bit worried about the dependency, but it seems like there are currently no other ways to go. So just for debugging purpose, let's set it like this. Gotta go to work. Yeah, see you. Uh, see you in a while. Thanks for coming. I guess there's a number of facts. Wasn't a big deal, but yes, having sample would be great. Thanks. Bye bye. Right, so let us get back to the OpenLive3D. Export. Uncut syntax error. What? There are so many troubles with the current library dependencies, it seems. I think we really will need to get, yeah, I think we really will need to get 3VRN is not defined. Yep. Directly using the latest version will definitely not work. It will definitely be breaking up. The reason why we cannot access this unpack uh, .com is causing us trouble because we should be able to. Ooh, this is working now. Okay, it's working now. Yeah, it's just a temporary break, like what I imagined it should be. Because if that break, like there are a lot of people in the world would definitely be suffering from it. I'm one of them. And yes, it should work now. Right, the temporary break like scared me. Okay, yes, it is working now for the OpenLive3D official website. Nice. And for our testing website, yes. Okay, cool. Let's get back to work. We were trying to get the library, and let's still do it then. Let's still do the backup. I think this is can be very, yeah, this is very scary for me. I think some days we have to do the backup, otherwise we will keep getting similar problems. Like that is just too scary for me to keep handling that every single day. And yes. Yes. So we're in Unpack. What we want is a library in the current version that we're using, 1.0.10, and we are using VRN 3VRN min.js, and this is the one that we use. And let's just save the file then. Yes, let's save the file. Um, Reroll, save the file. Yes. The reason why I would like to save it is that someday when other libraries broke, yes, that's we can have a backup. And I think what we will like to do is that we will have something called backup dependencies. Uh, let's call OpenLive3D dependencies. OpenLive3D backup. Yep. And for OpenLive3D backup, the first file that we will have here is called 3vrm min.js. Wonderful. 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 Cool. Okay. And by doing that, I think one day we can set up the backup to be also kind of like a website. And instead of getting that from this unpack.com, we directly get it from a GitHub page as well. The reason why I think having all of these also in the GitHub page is that uh, we are building our website, at least for the web version, based on our web, right? Based on GitHub page. So if GitHub page is broken, everything will not work anyway. You will not be able to access the website. Uh, if we're using the unpack library and unpack library broke, like what we just experienced, you will see that yeah, the website is broken, but the website is actually not broken. Something else is broken. So great, glad that we found that out. Cool. So let's get back to see what have been changed. Right. So what we're trying to do is that we're trying to add an effect here, visual effect there, and with these two lines being uncommented out, we should be able to see we have the visual effect here. And currently there are nothing inside, so we will not be able to get anything. But we should be able to config bugs, config modifier. Okay, I think this should be here, and these will be image Denmark. Label. Yeah, these will be text assign alignment. Okay, so config modifier, yes. And before config modifier, we should have effect modifier, right? So inside effect modifier, we will try to get the visual box equals to document. We will try to get a visual box. And for this visual box, we should be able to clean everything first, right? So clean everything, and then with the visual box, what we are trying to do is that we are trying to get different effects that we have defined for the code. So we will need to define something inside here, right? So let's define something called get effect. We don't necessarily use this in the at the end, or we could call it go get artifact, or we could use this like get config modifier. But let's check what is config modifier for our code. I believe that is just a large, yes, this is the config modifier. So what we want to do is actually not get config modifier, right? I think what we want to do is to get O effect. It's cool. So let's name it get O effect and use it here. O effect, get O effects. And by doing that, we need to have the effect also defined. Kind of like before our GUI at this multi-language. What about next to multi-language? JS, and that is called effect manager. Great. And with these all defined, we should be able to start to return things. So what we will like to return is a map, right? So the thing that we would like to return is a map. And for the first one, inside this map, we will like to have, let's say, we will like to have uh, uh, is it image modification? Video modification? Or color modification? Screen modification. Okay. So the first thing that we would like to do here is called screen modification. The text might be too large, but we will see. We will see. And inside the screen modification, we will have, what will we have? Will we have a list of modification that we can do? I think so. I think so. Yes. So we will have a list here, but let's keep it empty. And the next one, we are going to be able to do flare and lightning. Yes. Flare and lightning, keep it empty. And the next one that we will do is camera effect. And the next one that we will be able to do is particle effects. Yes, particle effects. So with this all being empty, let's get back to the GUI and start to have something rendered, right? So we also know is the same as object key, all effects, and we will have for each of the key, we will try to get the effect, right? So that is called effect list actually. So all effect including many things. But I think what we will need to do is to first create a div. And from this div, let's call it effect key. And from this div, we will just copy everything. Config key config box. Yes, let's just copy everything in. Okay, so we will copy everything, change the config key to effect key. And this visual box, should we call it effect box instead? Let's change to effect box. And if that is changed to effect box, it means that a lot of things that we defined in our front end will also need to be changed, right? Because we were calling that visual box. So visual box change to effect box. Effect box button will also need to change the effect box button. Effect box button to visual effects. Good. So now we should have, and we can ignore the config modifier. You got an arrow, so we can ignore the things here. And we can refresh the page to see our tests. Inside our test, we should be able to see visual effect with 4 different effects. And good. And they are troublesome because, hello Sincere, we are trying to develop the visual effect. And for the class name, I think we will need to modify the CSS file for config key to also be the same as effect key. And let's just refresh the page to see how it goes. And we got the visual effect as the style that we want. And currently when we try to open it, it will not open because we don't have anything defined in the onClick yet. And inside this onClick, what we would like to do is to have the same structure as this one, because we will also like to loop through all the effects, and we will, what is this config group? Basically we would like to turn the key. Oh yes, so the config group, or here we'll change it to effect group, will be the one that will have all the content inside. And yes, let's create that right now. So we have the config group as well, and we can have the config group change to effect group. And inside this effect group, we will have the effect box be point to this effect group that currently we hadn't add anything to it, which we will right now. And just like this, so for effect group, that's just test. Great, that's tested. So here we will have all the we will need to first have our website running. Yes, our website is running, and we will have the visual effect. We will click into it and something will open. Currently these are all tests. Yes, so at this the front end is working. And what we will like to do for now, we will not have the camera effect yet. We will have the screen modification, flare, lightning, and particle effect today. And we will focus on the stream modification. Should we call it screen modification? Yep. So let's start with the screen modification. The first modification that we will want to implement is called blur. So let's call it So the first one is let's just copy let's copy what we have here, right, for our config, because it should be a lot more comfortable. So for the first one is called blur, and the title is blur, right? So for the blur, we will blur the output screen and valid. Okay, so here after these description, we are trying to provide what kind of changes we want to implement. So how do we define it, right? So here comes the problem. So we know that there are three types. So first, let's call it type. There are three types, and the three types are screen modification, screen, and object, 3D object, and particles, right? So these are the three types. Flare and also camera effects, some of them are objects, some of them are screen. So what if we remove the camera effect first? So let's focus on these three, right? So since we're only going to provide samples for these three as well, so the type is already defined for screen modification. Okay, type screen. All right, so inside this type screen, how do we apply the modification that we want? So the first thing is blur. We know that it's blur. Is there a way to systematically do it here? I think the only possible way is that we actually define some function here, right? So we need to pass the function into our GUI so that the GUI can apply that function using different types. So we know that there are three types. So the screen type should be the one that could be easier, I'm guessing, because we know what is the actual output canvas that we are working with, right? So, for example, by the way, what is the canvas for our output video, by the way? The canvas will be, let's search for canvas. Okay, video control button. No, though these are not canvas. We have a lot of canvas, right? These are debug video canvas. Okay, let's not worry about it. Draw image. The draw image is also debug. This is not the one that we need. And draw landmark. Yeah, this is the one, not the one that we want as well. So we are what? Okay, so we have a draw Safari. It doesn't make sense to me. Okay. So here it is. Here is We have a canvas that is using the canvas that that I am not sure if we defined it anywhere. We probably didn't. We probably didn't, but anyway, for this renderer, we are setting size. Okay, so it basically means we probably should define a canvas and pass the canvas inside this, right? I believe so. Yes, and we are back to the debugging, right? So we should probably pass down the canvas into the WebGL renderer so that we can get a canvas and we can actually apply a visual effect with it, right? So that's check. Hmm. Yes. So do we actually define something called canvas anywhere else? I don't think so. I don't think so. So in this renderer, how do we know? Okay, so we set size, we set the pixel ratio, output encoding. That is interesting. So what if we define the canvas here? We create an element called canvas, and will anything change? Yes, everything broke. And let's just remove it. Or let's check the... Before we remove it, let's check the elements. Yes. And the body and the canvas. Uh-huh. Interesting. Is this the canvas that we create? Yes. ID equals to canvas. Where did we create that canvas though? Okay. Okay, so we need to study our code structure a bit. Yes, so we do create this canvas, which is quite large actually. And we are getting the canvas. And then with a VRM. Okay. But basically there's a canvas with an ID called canvas, right? So we probably don't need to worry about that too much. It's because we can just get it from the ID, which will be wonderful. So let's get it. Called canvas equals to document get element by ID canvas. And with that, we got a canvas. Let's just refresh it. Okay, so let's check if we can get that canvas here. We can already. How come? Did we? I don't think we defined it anywhere, but hey. Uh, let us check if the current code will run or it will fail because Cannot access canvas before initialization. What? I thought we initializing it here. How do I know that the canvas is already initialized? Okay, let's put this somewhere inside the create mood layout, and let's see if there will be an error. There is no error. There is no error. We can actually get canvas after something is initialized. Doesn't make sense at all. Let's see if we can directly access canvas like this. And we are printing. We are printing. Is it the one that we're no? I think we are printing somewhere. Create mood layout. Yeah. We should be printing this somewhere, right? Canvas. But I don't see it. Because it should be an object that we're trying to print. Or if it's not, it means that we need to do it like this to check. So let's see. So what I am trying to do is that I'm trying to print out a canvas with the object. Yes, so I do get object here. If we don't get the element, will we still get the object? I'm guessing not. We do still get the object. What the fuck? It doesn't really make sense to me, but okay. Okay, so we are able to get canvas wherever we are as long as the screen is already rendered, which is a good sign. We will probably be able to render the effect anyway. It basically means we just need to apply blur. Apply blur before we started the final render. Right, so how? Inside here, do we define the effect? A blur effect. Right, so for blur effect, what we will want to do is to get the canvas. Right, so we are getting a canvas here. And in this case, we are trying very hard to only apply this after everything is rendered, right? So hopefully that is the case. So blur effect. Let's see. Canvas JS. I think we can have blur quite simple. Yep. we do have a blur effect that can be directly applied. So let's see. Let's see. Blur effect. And given that we have defined the function here inside the geto function for the screen modification, let's just apply the same thing here. So when we get the old list, and when we get here, we can for loop effect of effect this. And inside this effect this, what we will be able to do is to get, we already get effect, is to get the effect group to append child for something. And with this append effect group to append child, I think what we would like to create will probably be also. Oh, okay. So first of all, we will nix the text of it. Let's see the current configuration. So inside the current setting, when we open up, we have the text and then some modification of it. Interesting. So from what I'm thinking, we just need a checkbox for many of the effect. No, we don't. We don't just. We need a checkbox for the effect, and then we need the parameters that can be tuned for the effect as well. So yes, that could be interesting. So how do we render this? Right. So I am thinking that we have a checkbox first, and after the checkbox, we have the text. Right. So let's say item equals to document create element. Is that a div or is that a button? Where is item? Item is an input. Okay, that's an input. And we need to have these as well. So item is an input, and item can have the we're in effect key. Let's call effect item. Effect item key, effect item key, effect item key, and will be a checkbox. Get GMV effect item. Okay, the interesting part is that the check equals to false, right? So that make more sense, right? So and then we will add this item to the group. Let's see. So ideally, we should already have one item there. That is the Y. Do we not set the? Okay, okay. Yeah, we currently only print out one single input, so that's why. Okay, so we can click, we can check it, and we can uncheck it. And we are trying to set this parameter, which we actually don't have, so let's just forget about it. And after this, we will have these ones called item check, item check, item check, item check, item check, item check. After item check, we will have item text. Document create element text. And in item text, We will just set the item text equals to the key. Will it work? Let's see. Here visual effect screen modif. Okay, that doesn't work because we don't have that added to the group yet. Let's refresh again. Alright, so after refreshing, let's see our visual effects screen modifier blur. Okay, so we should have some class for it, for our tags. Right, so what we were doing here is to have the interesting is to have the class name equals to. That is so interesting. Let me see. Sorry. Let me see what is the setting. So this is white. Where do I define it to be white though? Okay, so let's make it. Is it here? Tooltip. FFF is white, right? Yes. Okay, let's. In that case, let's. Oh, yeah, that is span and that is text. Okay, we probably need both. Yeah, we probably need both. Do we? Okay, let's forget about span. Let's focus more on the text itself, which I will also copy these two lines and pass it here. For the item text to have the name and also color. And given that, let's refresh it. And after we refresh it, we should be able to see the visual effect have the blur here. I will suggest that we have a space, maybe somewhere here, because this is too tied together. So, do we actually get a space? Yes. Okay, so this look better, right? So for blur, of course, it is not just being applying blur or no blur. There are some parameters that we should be able to modify right under it. Just like what we have for setting, that we have like frequency and then a lot of settings afterward. Given that, I'm thinking, should we? Should we actually use uh, the check key here? Or we should have it right under it, just like what we have for config. Okay, for consistency purposes, let's do it exactly the same, right? Let's do exactly the same, which means we will just copy these and we will paste everything here. And with that, we will have the info. We will not have the config group, but the effect group. We will still have a span and we will add this to our info. And the config item will be effect item. And I think that is good. Span. Okay, let's see. And with that, we will like to add the check after it. And I know this is not a good practice, but let's see if this works. Visual effects, screen modification, good. And we should have this in the next line. So the input currently called item check should Yes. So should be here. So let's call it item div then. Document create div and item div add to here. Item check. Let's see. Yes. And here and open up. And inside here, should we do it like this though? Because item check will always be with the effect. So maybe we should have it here instead. Let's see. Maybe just with enough space. Okay, I think this makes sense then. Apply or not apply. Cool. Let's do it this way. So by doing that, we will have the item div here to add to the group in the new line. But we don't need to worry about it too much at this current moment because we're just trying to apply the group directly. So we're not going to directly apply our visual effect right in the front end. So what I'm thinking, is that we need to define our visual effect. Okay, first of all, can we change this? Yes. Okay, this can be changed. But do we need to apply anything? Probably not. So an idea here is that we still have the control manager inside the visual loop. Where is it? Inside the visual loop, after video control, after VRM scene update, after updating the log, we update effect. Does it make sense? I think it does. I think it does make sense. Another problem that I'm currently thinking is that for the interesting. What I'm currently thinking is that if we're just applying blur effect, if we're just applying some kind of effect that just don't have time dependency, that will be easy. But if we're applying effect like particle effect, we need to know what are the particles that are currently on our screen, right? Because we will want it to be kind of like an animation of those particles. So we, in terms of particles, that would need to be applied differently. Yep, that would need to be applied differently for particles. Okay, it shouldn't be too huge of a problem, though. So let's keep. Yeah, it shouldn't be too huge of a problem. Great. And since we're just trying to apply the blur effect currently, let's not worry about that too much. So inside the control, we are trying to have the same loop as what we have for all our effect, and we are going to check all our effect to see if these effects are working. Right, so the idea is that we are getting all the effect, looping all the effect, and we will try to get the list of all our effect as well, which will be here. And after getting the list of our effect, currently there is just a blur, we will try to check if that is checked, which is interestingly effect ID, effect check ID. Okay, the only one with ID is here. Yes. Okay, so we are going to check if the effect ID checkbox is on, and by doing that we can get this ID inside the control. Let's control and put it here. Effect check is to get document, get elements by ID, and here, right? So this is our element, and to get the Boolean value of it, we probably only need to have the checked. Let's go item check. Okay. Okay, so if this is checked, if this item is checked, we will apply the effect. Let's call it apply effect. Yes, if the item is checked, then let's apply the effect. I think it makes sense currently. Currently, I believe things are making sense. So yes, let's do it. So how do we? So inside this effect list, and inside the effect item, right? So we should have another list here. Effect item of effect list. Yes, that makes more sense. Okay. Now, if an item is checked, we can apply the effect. Uh-huh. Right. And we can code it. We can call the function directly, it seems. Does it make sense? Does it make sense? Does it even make sense? Blur. And cannot set properties of null. Cannot set properties of null. Blur effect. Effect manager 6. Okay. Can we actually get canvas here? 6. The line is 6. Okay. So we do get a canvas, but we're not able to get. the contacts. Okay, let's remove these two and just print out the canvas first. We will print out a lot of canvas, it seems. I don't think it's a good idea, but we can remove it so it doesn't print it anymore. And inside this canvas, the class is VRN. Data engine is 3JS. Should we search for 3JS? 3JS blur shader. Huh. Interesting. So okay, yeah, this is the kind of the effect that we want to use. Okay, so we cannot directly use the 2D blur, it seems. It seems like we cannot directly use the 2D blur. We need to use the blur defined by 3JS. And that is interesting. Just show you should result of various blur shader. Horizontal blur shader and vertical blur shader. Let's see. Horizontal. Okay, let's see. Let's see. We will need to learn this. Okay, I'm currently looking at somebody else's example. Okay. We are trying to get the WebGL renderer good. We are okay. Blur. Huh. Okay, we are. I am trying to understand the code of the sample from others, and we are trying to shader pass. Huh. Interesting. Interesting. How? This is quite complex, I would say. This is quite complex. Uh-huh. 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 So we have to. Okay. We have to. What is this render pass? Okay, let me pass what I'm looking at to the test screen so that at this we are somewhat aligned. So what I'm checking is that we want to have the blur function apply, right? So having the blur function apply means that we have to use the 3JS blur function instead of the blur that we always uh, understand, that the 2D canvas blur. Uh, Actually, we don't even need to touch the 2D canvas blur, it seems. We just need these thing. So effect copy render screen. I don't completely understand what it's trying to do. Copy shader. But I do understand that these edge blur and vertical blur are the blur that we want to apply. And can we just copy those? And I believe we could just copy it and we just pass it to the code here with the let defining the value so that it will not be reused too much, and we can forget about canvas and just leave it as an empty function to see if we can actually get, first of all, the shader path to work. So shader path is not a constructor. Yes, so this is the problem. Right, so do we have it? We have 3 defined. Why is shader path not a constructor? We pass a 3JS, and those are, in my point of view, they should be quite advanced, doesn't they? Shader path. Okay, let's copy the arrow. 3 shader path is not a constructor. How are we currently using 3? Yeah, we can directly use 3, and we directly use the theme, the clock, direct light, and let's see what is happening again. It's not a constructor. Okay, so we are able to get the shader path actually, just that the shader path that we get doesn't actually support the way that we're using it. So let's see how we are using them again. We are trying to create things. It's not a constructor, but we're using new. How can it not be a constructor? We're using it just like a constructor here. Ooh, what the heck? Okay, there are things that are defined here that we don't know. What the heck? Okay, if that is the case, we need to check what is the license here. There's no license to claim. That could be risky though. Okay, anyway, so we are in this library trying to use the shader path. And also horizontal blur. shaders, horizontal blur, and vertical blur that I'm guessing should be very much similar. Function shader texture ID. Okay, so inside this function, we're trying to get the material uniform. Alright, so this is the constructor. Don't need to worry about it too much. Okay, so what about this? This is the horizontal blur shader. And we are uniform sample to the diffusion. Texture 2D. Texture 2D. Right, so we're defining an actual shader here. That is a string shader. That is so interesting. That is so interesting. So why are we using that? Shader material. Is this something that we're importing from somewhere else? No, we're not importing that from anywhere else. Which means renderer uniform render effect composer sim effect composer camera render to screen. Okay, so I believe we have that effect rendering. Only inside the GUI. Renderer, render, sim, and camera. So does it mean that we have to apply the shader before we render to screen? This is so freaking interesting. This is very interesting. So are we changing the screen here? No, we're just defining. Okay, so we're just defining that those are all reasonable approaches. And for vertical shader, what I'm guessing, yes, we are defining an actual shader. So here, we need to go back to the code to see how these are applied. So before we render things, we are creating these And then for the composer, effect composer, that is also interesting. Do we have it here? Okay, these are just shaders. We have the effect composer written here as well, 11 years ago. And here inside our renderer, we will have the shader pass. That is defined somewhere inside shader pass, yes. That is very interesting. Is there an easier way though? I'm thinking that this might be too much. Okay, so let's find if there are JS output blur. How to blur an image and apply it to it as a texture. Make blur a background texture. Yes, I want to know. Have an outstanding. Right. Yeah, I'm quite new to 3D rendering, so yeah, we'll probably need to learn a lot from this. Yeah, we'll probably not be able to add this directly, but Three.js canvas blur. How do I produce a better resolution? No. Why do they just want to blur a part of the canvas element? Can I blur everything? Clone the canvas element and add a blur effect to the CSS. What the heck? Okay, so I'm looking at somebody else's code and we're trying to get the background div. And is it because the image is no longer there? This is also problematic. Can we get an image with a solid image address? Copy image address. Let's try. Let's see. Yep, that is the case. And we are able to apply some blur. actually 2 layers of blur. But is that what we want? Get element by ID blurred. Up and background clone. Can we just directly blur it with the div? Like, does it need to be? What was the code that I was trying to apply? Yeah, I was just trying to directly apply the filter. But when I try to get the context of 2D, okay, that is okay. So maybe what we should do instead, 3JS canvas context. Get context. Okay, so there's a get context. Interesting. Uh-huh. So it doesn't mean that we can still get context just without the okay, let's not talk about the complex shader. Uh do we can we still get context like this? Let's just try it out. Visual effect and arrow. Nice. Uncaught fail to execute get context on element argument required. What the heck? So yes, we do. It's a VRM. Just try it out and no. Cannot set parameters of null. Alright. So the first thing that I will still like to print it out first. And also there is one thing that I would like to modify. That is whenever we try to initialize it in the front end, I would like to set it as true, just for debugging purposes. Because this will be a lot easier for us to start debugging it. Right, so here, let's set it true. Because in that case, we will always be able to see the error. Cannot set from the good, that's good. Okay, and inside this canvas, is there anything that we can see? No, that is a problematic. Okay, so given the document that we have, constructor, after we constructed it inside the GUI, we will have a renderer, and from this renderer we can have get context, it seems. And let's try to see if this will work. Ooh. Okay, at this it is not, it is something. The things are still kind of like going, but let's see. Is it changing? Does it change anything? No? No? Hmm. Hmm. Interesting. Uh, Context filter. Can I apply filter to it? Is this a 2D canvas render context filter? But this is a 2D context, right? I think we're not getting a 2D context. I think we're getting a 3D context. A WebGL rendering context. Yeah, this is context that we think we are getting. And can we apply filter to it? Depth masked hint. Filter. No, okay. Okay, probably not directly. Buffer data, yes. These are what I do know. Is there a blur function that can directly apply to the context? No. Okay. Hmm. Um. Interesting. So how? Okay, these are texture, and we are rendering context. Rendering context of the drawing surface of an HTML. Get context. Oh, is it called WebGL? Okay. That's in that case. In that case, it means that we could get it like this, right? WebGL. Okay, for this, let's try it again. Okay. One thing that we probably need to debug in the future is that whenever we are in another screen, it means that for each visual effect, for the visual rendering, we're not doing anything, and we are not applying blur effect. First time seeing something like this actually can be built live online. Yeah, because this is JavaScript, right? So we are trying to like, yeah. So this is a web base. This is not a and we're not using Unity and those that are C sharp and that need to actually pack and compile, right? So yeah, so it's good for JavaScript to be able to just change something and then directly test it. So that is great. Hello, Brick. So yes, so it means that for WebGL context, it doesn't the filter doesn't directly apply to it because the filter only apply to the context 2D, it seems. Hmm, that is problematic. Yeah, this only applied to the context 2D. So, so I think okay, so there, that is, that is, first of all, we didn't get any error. Okay, we got the wrong tab, which is fine. I know that. Okay, so and first of all, we didn't get any error here, so we successfully get a context. That is good. That is something. That is great. But even if we get the context and we try to apply the filter to it, it doesn't really uh, get the filter that we try to apply, which is the blur effect. So how do we do it? WebGL context filter. If we use WebGL context blur to search, this how to blur a transparent texture in the GLSL shader. Everything is blurred. How to apply a blur filter to a video frame? Okay, is it something to a video frame multiple times? Okay, this could be something that we want. Okay, this is the filter for applying blur for the second time. You have to run it without additional pass. I just need to learn how to blur for the first time. Okay. I run with your field. Okay. Ah. This looked quite functional, so I'm guessing these are JavaScript? Interesting. Okay. So viewpoint, bind texture, texture image 2D, uniform. Huh. Bind frame buffer. Okay, we don't need that. Viewport. We don't need that. Really? Are you sure about why is it fun though? Because is it like looking at someone suffering or yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to understand what went wrong and I'm trying to apply something that probably shouldn't be like this. Yeah, okay, so that this is a lot more complex than I thought it would be. Than I thought it would be. It's can we but that's Unity. Yeah, that's Unity. Uh Post processing with WebGL. Okay. No, this. So it's about rendering 3D, right? So draw a rectangle, yes. Support browser doesn't support WebGL, get geo context, yes. Yes, get WebGL context. So we do seem to have yes, so we do seem to have some simple code here that I'm seeing someone on stream working like me and desperately looking for a solution. Yeah, this is like actual development, right? The actual development progress. Uh, like they have no idea what went wrong. Sometimes have no idea why it works. Sometimes have no idea why it doesn't work, and trying to find out the reason. And yes, this is like real life development. So yeah, these geo is the WebGL context for sure. So the WebGL context does have these functions. Right, so yes. So the WebGL context having these functions, draw buffer with width is context lost. Yes. Blend equal right. Blend function. Yes. And then we try to apply. So here we are defining a blur function. And there's a demo. Is it still working? It is still working. That is great. So we're having a webcam play video. And it is blurring. Fast level blur. Okay, the effect is actually quite good. Okay, so this is what we want to copy. We are defining a shader, GLSS. Yes, that I know. And we get a video. Okay, we get a canvas, and then there's should be a what? Display canvas get. Okay, so yes, so I think we pretty much apply the WebGL somewhere else, right? Yep. So yeah, typical development progress, copy and paste, but you need to know what to copy. So get context WebGL pre-multiply alpha. Okay, we probably don't need to worry about that. GL. Yes. Create shader. Vertex shader. Yep. Exactly. So shader source. Okay, what is the VS here? Okay, let me copy the entire into our development environment and see again. So we're create shader. Create shader is a function directly? Yes, it does. Okay, that simplifies things. Okay. Vertex shaders. Yes. Fragment shaders. Compile status, no problem. And when are we getting our fragment shader? Get element by the shader source. Yes. So yes, we know it. Shader source. This just trying to pass the text into it. This is a brilliant approach, so that we can just modify. Okay, that is why we are trying to add shaders into it. Okay, that makes sense. Cool. So compile shader. Yes, compile shaders. Let's see. So for this fragment shader, that that kind of work. Okay, so let's just copy in a slightly different way. Looks reasonable. Yep. So let's call it blur shader text. And yes, we have everything set up and put everything good. So now we have a blur shader text. We can try to apply it. Somewhere when we get the GL Get tongue text GL. Let's also use GL then. I think it is more. And with this GL, we're trying to create shader source, compile shader. And is there anything that we need to do? Buffer. Okay, there are probably a lot of things that we still need to understand, but let's copy this first to see what's going on. And create shader, no problem. Here we change to this blur shader text. Fragment shader. What? Do we define it anywhere? No. Okay, so we're defining it just now, right? Yeah, I think this is a new definition because this only exists once. And we are creating a shader source and then compile shaders. Alrighty, so let's just see. First, let's see what this will do. I'm not exactly sure what it would do. I'm guessing I will get some error here, but okay. Let's see. Inside the testing. Ooh. Inside rendering up, but there is no blur. I don't see blur. The function is applied. How do we see? How do we set? Alright, so I think we can like first test if this function is code. It should be calling. Yes. So this is code. No problem with that. Thanks. Thank you. Thank you. So, but it is not blurring. So, why is it not blurring? Okay, so it is not blurring. What does it mean? It means that we need to understand everything after this. So, we need to understand compile status, get shader parameter compile status. Okay, this is just an arrow. If we normally go through it, okay, attach shaders. Okay, this is the problem. Interesting. So create buffer. Do we need to also use these? These shouldn't be required because these are for video systems. Okay, I don't completely understand everything, but play video, process friend. Okay. Viewport, text, image, uniform, uniform 1, draw array, request friend callback. Okay, I don't fully understand it, but that's okay. I start to believe this is not what we should be doing, because we're creating a new shader, which we probably don't need to do. Okay, so first of all, we can how do we do this then? Mm. Okay, so for the shader creation, the shader creation can only be done after we have the canvas created. But the canvas will not be created until we have the GUI. And until the GUI actually have, this is not what we should be doing. You mean we should reconsider programming? It's too late to yeah, it's too late. I mean, I've been doing this for I've been working for more than 10 years, right? And I've been doing programming since high school, so it's probably like more than 20 years. So yes, already too late. I spent too much time dedicating my life into programming, into working on this. So we we well we have to find a way. Yeah, I guess it's too late. For me, I'm not sure if that is true for you. But if you are going through similar development process like me, I'm guessing that you probably might be also too late for you. Yeah, cool, cool. So only when this is executed will the defect get processed. Now we have to make this work though. Yeah, 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 yeah. That's true. That's true. Yep. Yeah. I guess this is what we have to do now. Have to make it work. So this is okay. We probably don't need to worry about that too much. I think the process friend is something that we definitely need to understand. Right? So request video frame callback. Huh. What the heck? It doesn't make sense for it to have two loops, right? It doesn't. Okay, so let's check the example the that is provided. Do we still have the example? Yes. So why is why are we having another callback inside the friend? Because this is already called every friend. Request video friend callback. Doesn't make sense to me. So if we have it like this, would it still work? Uh, blur is it blurring? How I can see the difference. What is that the reason? Okay, play video. How we make it 1 minute. And without this line, the video will not play. Oh, request video. Is it where we actually request the video friend? Uh-huh. Okay. So without that, the video would not even play. I thought this is request friend by friend. Okay, apparently not. Yep. So after this is executed, it will request another friend. Uh-huh. So when a friend is executed, Hello, sincere. When the friend is executed, what we will see. Okay, let's not use this to check the code. It's a bad idea. Okay. Right. So whenever the test is code, we are going through this process frame with now and metadata. And within the metadata, we get the width and height, which we shouldn't be worried about it too much, right? Why are we worrying about the width and height of it? We don't need to worry about the width and height, and with the viewport, we don't need to set it. And for text images, texture to the RPG, yes. So this is the part where we're playing the video. We're having this video inside this texture. This is interesting. Alright, so what is the element? Webcam video. Webcam video is a video source. This is no. Yep. Somewhere now, I think. Yes, so this is a video, and when we do this text image 2D, I think what we will be doing is actually we're copying the current video frame into the context with these thing. And then we need to understand this uniform 1i and 1f. What are these? And after these, we need to also understand what we're trying to do here. So is this the 2 times blurring effect that the developer was talking about? Yes, it seems so, right? So the program that we defined is containing the blur that we have. If we're just applying the blur, do we still need this? We could still we it is possible that we still need this as well, right? Position, okay. Get position to vector 4. Okay, vector 2. Okay, I think I kind of understand what it's saying. Yes, okay, so we're getting, but I'm a bit confused at why we're using this like this. Okay, but anyway, so geo position, are we using this value anywhere else? No? Or are we using C? No. Okay. Let's go through the actual filter. Inside this filter, I think what we are trying to do is that we are trying to go for this Gaussian loop and edit the calculation back to the RBG, and we will return the vector 4. with the RBG and also 1. I don't see any problem with that. And frag coordinated X and Y, yes. And that's it. I think the filter itself, the shader itself is quite simple. Yeah, I don't see any problem with this shader. Uniform Sigma 2. Everything is new to me when I wake up. Even the code I wrote myself, so I can understand what this can be hard to understand. Yeah, and yeah, that is true. And I believe this is what we are trying to do with the Sigma 2. And do we use the Sigma 1? We use a Sigma 1 and we don't use a Sigma 2. So that's why inside this example, the Sigma 2 is not working, right? And we don't need that as well, because we will have a Sigma logic that can be applied here inside list uniform 1f. So here in the uniform 1f function, what I'm guessing is that we are applying something that will be triangle fin. What is this? Right, so I'm guessing is a uniform function that will be applied to every single frame. Is it parse sigma input value? What is sigma input then? Get element by the sigma. Okay, okay. Yes, so this is the value that will be parsed to this sigma logic, and sigma logic is defined to get one value. So get uniform location u sigma. Okay, so the u sigma is defined here, which is a float. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. But okay, let's check the example again. I think this make a lot of sense, but where is the example? Yes, this make a lot of sense, but do we need it? Because why I'm saying that is because okay, so first of all, we do need it. I believe we do need it, but yes, so we do need it. But the problem is there a way that we can test this faster now without taking too much of it into consideration? Yes, so let's just change this to 1.0. Okay, not here. 1.0. And we don't even use a sigma 2. 1.0. Okay, no. Removed it. Okay, so now the blur will probably don't need any input, right? Yes, you probably don't need any input. Is there any other input that we try to feed into it? No. Or kind of, yes. So we defined it here. Get uniform location. Get uniform location. So we define the text with text height. So what is the text with text height? and we're defining those information. So this is the integer and float. Okay, okay, okay. Now we're getting somewhere. Now we're getting somewhere. Okay, okay, okay. So these are the integer and the float. So this is processing every frame. Why? We probably don't need these every frame though. But we need to be able to get these set when we initialize it, and we need to we will process this whenever we have the logic passed. So these are just setting variables, right? And we don't really need to worry about them. The part that I would like to know more. Okay, text to image 2D. This we all know that we're copying the image. So the next one is the one that we're drawing. Yeah, yep, yep. We are surprising ourselves. The more code that we read, the the more that we realize. Is it the draw array? Hmm. Can we check the draw array? Draw array. Render primitive from array data. Hmm. So this could be. But what is triangle fan? Triangle. We don't have triangle. So, but we don't. I don't see we define this anywhere, right? Yeah, this is the only where we define it. What the? Hmm. I Okay. I think we can probably ignore these. Text width. It's trying to set the metadata width. Okay, this is the video height and width basically. So for the video height and width, and what's this text lock? 0. So text lock is always set to 0, it seems. And that is text. So inside text, are we using it? Sorry, text. We should be using that, right? TEX. I don't see that. I don't see that we're passing a value into it, and we're not using that probably. Okay, whatever. So we're not using it, although we're passing it into. So this line doesn't change anything, is it? Let's see. So from what we summarize, this line, shoot. Okay. So first of all, let's remove all the logic 2, because we are not going to get the second logic anyway, or we're not going to apply second logic anyway. So let's not care about the sigma 2. And sigma 1, we want to still pass the value, and we hypothesize that this line is useless. So let's test it. Play video. What the heck? Okay, text logic is not defined. Oh yeah. Run and play. we are getting somewhere with a more blur, and we are getting more blur. Yes. Rounding fiddle. Yes. So this is our hypothesis is correct. So let's copy the code, pass it again, and the part where we hypothesize that we are applying, we are applying the logic of our shader is this line. So let's see if we play videos. We will not apply anything. So yes, interestingly, it seems like the triangle thing, I have no idea, I still have no idea what it is, but when we draw array, we will go through the text image 2D as well. So this is part of the drawing. So in that case, if we okay, so let me test another hypothesis, right? So another hypothesis is that we have one value defined as I, and inside this play process frame function, if I equals to 0, we have the viewport set, we have the uniform set, we have these set, right? So the idea sigma logic is that we don't need to set it every time. Let's see if that will work. It might not. How do we know it doesn't work? That's another question. By the way, we need to have the default scrolling value for the sigma be a lot larger. Otherwise, it's hard to check. Range value 0.3. How about it? Sorry. Cancel. Okay, so let's try it again. Run and play. And yeah, it's kind of more blurred than it should. Definitely, yes, okay. Cool. So I think we are getting somewhere. These are initial settings, and we do know it. We can have this still out, and this doesn't really matter, in terms of the order. Right, let's see. Yeah, it is definitely more blur. Okay. So for the width and height, we don't need to set it every time. That is true. And for it, we also don't need to set it every time. How do we know it? Let's test another way. If we change it to 0. Thank you, Brick. Yeah, we will try to live stream it And there's a few days a week until November, so yes, glad to see you. It will be wonderful to see you. So okay, it seems reasonable. Right. So for 0.3, we are able to do real-time modification, and the modification doesn't really affect our filter. And the filter being applied is with this draw array, and the the part where we actually apply the video should be this line. So let's see if that make actual sense. This line text to, and without this line the video will not be showing. Yes, we've got a black screen, so yes. So we evaluate our hypothesis again. So the shader is added here in the program. So inside the program, do we need to apply program back to anywhere? And these are the part where we get the parameter to be sending into our uh, field, into our shaders, right? Do we need them? Is there a way that we don't need to take care about them? Is there a way that we can just ignore these two? Okay, so do we use it? Okay, we use it 3 times here inside the blur, and 2 times here for the height. So basically we're trying to get the coordinate, and we are getting some division. Oh yeah, because cool. Yeah, we are having quite a long videos. So it's probably for most of the people probably doesn't worth it to catch up the stream after it, because you are talking about like 3 hours or even more. Sometimes we even have 6 hours of videos, right, for one day. And yes, so the coordinate is a part that it should directly initialize by itself, which we don't need to worry about it. And yes, so this part should be fine. Okay, so let's get back to the model. Currently, the canvas size is, let's say the canvas size, 768472. Okay, so let's hard code this into our effect. We know 768462. 7 video length is fine, but your video upload consistency is on different level. Video length is fine. Yeah, I get it. Because yeah, you okay, so first of all, you're completely right for that. We're just trying to apply the blur effect, right? So it probably means we should only have these inside the effect, blur effect, instead of having this initialization, which they are initialization inside the blur effect, right? So this doesn't make sense. This will actually break our code. because we're basically trying to run everything here inside this process frame function, so it doesn't really make sense. But we need a place to initialize these as well. And currently, I am not exactly sure where we should initialize this. We could have the blur effect applied to 0 every time when we get this, and still run through the loop. Or we can have a checker that only initializes everything when it is the first time that we go through it, right? So that is another idea, that we don't even need to initialize any shader before the function is called. Yeah. Yeah, that is okay. So first of all, we know that these are shader equations, but can we put it elsewhere like this? I believe not. So let's see. I think we'll get an error. Yeah, we get an error. So as you can see, the WebGL context is not created yet, right? So we'll get an error. But if we change order, where's the GUI? Here. If we change our order after we initialize the visual effect, will it work? We still didn't work because it will actually take time for the renderer to be created. And this order change doesn't really affect that much. Right, so and since we are trying to get all effect for GUI, it should also be code before be included before this GUI as well. So this makes sense. But for the blur effect to take place, alright, so we probably need to apply this somewhere in one of the controller loop when we actually have things loaded. For example, in the integration check, because in the integration we have the camera loaded, we have the 3D render loaded as well, and we have the machine learning model loaded. So inside integrate this integration, check integrate can be a good place that we initialize our shader as well. Right. So yes, we could we could create all our shaders here, right? So let's forget about clean code for a while. We will definitely regret that, but let's forget about clean code. So in need blur effect, and let's have everything here. And let's call this init blur effect. Yes, we're trying to deal with shaders. I'm I'm very bad at it, but we're trying to deal with shaders. Shaders. Let's call it init shaders. Right. So this is the blur shader. Hmm. Interesting. So I think by having more understanding of the code, we probably know that update effect will not be like this. Because yeah, update effect will probably not be like this then, because it doesn't make sense for us to run through the effect, because it will always be run already. Okay, first of all, let's check if we've got any error. We still got an error. Why? WebGL context does not be created. It should be already be created, right? Why? Alright, so that is interesting. I thought. Okay, so is there anywhere else that we can put it that will only be executed once? I thought these are create camera layout, draw loading, set new meta, post image. A programmer is always wrong. Yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah. That's so pessimistic though. I mean, it's not always like this. I mean, but yeah, that is definitely true to some degree. Get good to go, low theme, correct meta, hide low box. Okay, so this should be where we can initialize our shaders, right? What the heck? Context cannot be created. The existing context. Did I do anything wrong? Should I use renderer? Alright, so let's check again. That could be the problem though. Ah, okay. So using renderer will work. Um, let's put a niche shader still in the check integration then, because this makes more sense to me. Let's see. I think here we should have the renderer up and running. Use program not valid. What? What? Okay. You have default shader? No, we're trying to add new shader. And we're trying to test how can we add new shaders to it. There's always something to improve in the program. That is definitely true. That is definitely true. And the more familiar you get with the program, if you actually actively think about it. If you don't think about it, of course, you will not figure out the things to improve. But you actively think about your program. And every day you're thinking that, man, that function that I wrote sucked so much. So yeah, you can definitely think of things to improve every time to uh when you try to improve it. Okay, this is a problem. Use program not valid. So that could be the reason why, or could be the part where we should start debugging. Create program, add shader, link program. Use program not valid. Huh. Initiator. Interesting, interesting. We're only calling it once. And it turns out that, well, we're testing it. I think we basically figure out. I always hack stuff together and pray it work. Yep. Yeah, that's how things work, right? That's definitely how things is putting together. But definitely always thinking of improving it. Yes. Yes, that's what a good engineer always do. We're trying to improve stuff, although we're not sure why sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But yes, we're trying to keep improving it. One can work on a single page script for whole life with OCD. Yes, yes, I can. Yeah, I would definitely say that is true. What? Okay, so why the program doesn't work? Can we just search for it? Invalid operation, use program, program not valid. Huh. Huh? Yeah, this question relates to me a lot. The cause of this particular is that you are missing a closing at the end of your vertex shape. What? What? Okay, so this is definitely not talking about my problem, I believe. Or should we copy it again? Or because we didn't set the parameter yet. That could also be the reason. By the way, let's just write this down in the program somewhere, and I know this will be executed, so yes, here. And inside our function, let's say we have blur set to 1, and we remove that value, syntax, and height. Yes. And with text and height, I think we can set it like this. Mm-hmm. I think we can set it here, actually, because this will not change. This will actually change. Interesting. Yeah, this will actually change when we try to scroll. No, sorry, try to scale the windows. Huh. So, okay, these will actually change. Um, let's see. Sorry. Canvas. Uh, that is a problem. Blur effect. Hmm. How do we call a function that is outside? Okay, so yeah, there are ways to do it, but this is just very ugly. But that's try to get a word for egg first. Yeah, let's try to get these work first. Text prompter. Oh yeah. Text to D. Okay, so we are binding these text parameters into here, right? Are we using it anywhere else? Yes, we are binding the texture into it. All right, so that's how we get those value in. Yeah, so we do need this. We do need this. Are we getting texture 1? I don't think so. Yeah, this is the only one, so this can be removed. So texture 0, we are passing something in it that doesn't really change anything, do we? Bind texture. Can one get? Yeah, we saw that. Bind texture. Texture 0. Blur. Interesting. Interesting. Right, so this line, texture 2D. Ooh, bind texture, texture 2D to text, create texture. Text. And the texture is actually here. So blur texture. We are getting simple texture, and we are trying to assess the textures X and Y. Text coordinate. Text coordinate. Okay. Alrighty. I think we are getting more ideas about it. But how do we even get it to work? Alright, so let's just copy paste everything and hope it works. Reasonable approach. Text, texture, text. Okay. Floating number. Point. Okay. Good. And here we also need these three. Text parameter I. Texture 2D. Rep S. GL clamp to edge. I don't fully understand it. But I guess I have to do it. So let's see. And I will say for VS here, and with these we should be creating more reasonable point texture. We should be creating a more reasonable system. Oh wait. Oh wait, oh wait, oh wait. Let's see if that still work. Because I haven't checked this one. If it still work? It still work. Okay, so that means the hypothesis is still correct. Given that the hypothesis is correct and still correct, we should be able to copy these 6 lines here. And we don't need the Sigma logic for now. Or we can still have it, but don't need to worry about it too much because we're not using that. Okay, we're not using that. GL buffer, we are trying to get it again here. Sorry. And the text with logic is here. So for these two, we will define it here. It is super F ugly. Hey. But yep. But things have to be done. And when we actually set these two logic into null in here as the local variables, we should be able to get it. And we're trying to get a canvas. Can we get it from this self? We should. And we're trying to set the value. And now let's refresh everything. And we are getting WebGL too many error. No more error can be reported to the console for this context. And we are getting invalid operation uniform 1F. Location does not for current what? Location not for current program. Get uniform location not for current program. Okay, let's search for this one. I am start to guess that 3D sim is different from 2D sim, and we're trying to understand. We're trying to apply a 2D field shader into a 3D theme. I'm trying to set up two texture in my fragment shader, but getting this error if I try set up the correct Location not for current program means that the active shader program, use program, is not the program which you obtain the uniform location from. Not the program which you obtain the uniform location from. If you are using only one shader program, then simply make sure that you in your initialization you do use program before you do any uniform. We should be doing that already, right? I think we should be doing that already. Hmm. This is interesting. Hmm. I have same warning in my 3JS theme. You just can please pose a new question. Okay. We will not, we will probably need to have this 3JS. Uniform location. Okay. Location not for current program arrow. Issue I start uniform F location arrow every frame when I send the uniform of my image drawing shaders in my 2D drawing function. Okay. Alright, alright. Before we test these, before we start to dig into other type of arrow, I think one thing that we could do is to first, it seems like the arrow is created here. Which is interesting. First of all, do we still have the geo width and height? Here. And we can also remove these. And let's see. We should, okay, so we're getting a lot of undefined, which gave us some idea what could be going wrong. So we are having the canvas width and height. So we can set it like this and remove it and open it up again and see if this works. And we are getting hundreds of invalid operations as well. So let's remove these two. Open up this one. Remove it as well. And let's see. Which are we getting? We are not getting the program loading error, right? So with this setup, although we are not running any shaders, we are getting the shader correctly loading in. So if we have this running, which will be problematic, let's have this 2 set up here. Let's put it like this so that things can be better ordered and have things loaded again. Are we getting any error? We're not getting any error. And the function should be called every time. Although we're not getting any error. Although we're not getting any error, the problem is we're not getting any effect. We're trying to get things blurred, right? We're trying to apply a blur filter. But it's not blurred at all. Huh? The initiator is code, right? Okay. So let's have a console log. Init. Is it like a screen filter? Kind of. But the reason why we're using shaders to do blur instead of just using the like canvas 2D context filter blur equals to like 4 pixels or something is because that only applied to canvas 2D. And currently we're using a 3D context, which is the WebGL context. And in the WebGL context, it doesn't support the filter blur. It doesn't support it. So we have to figure out a way to use shader for it. So that's why we're trying to tackle this part. Yeah. Is there a way that we could do to maybe like directly apply the blur filter instead of having the having this like weird and sad setup? Maybe I would say. I hope there is. Yeah, I hope there is, but I'm still trying to find a way to do it. Yeah, shader is like very complex, but it will also provide us some flexibility if we want to apply something else other than just filter and tilt. But yes, that is complex. I'm just thinking how we could potentially optimize this. Do we actually define the context, the canvas? Yes, we define the canvas here already. But just like what you said, can we apply div filter blur? I think this is what you're looking for. Okay, let's try because it might work. If it didn't work, then we just spend like how many hours? At least two, like maybe 2.5, 2.5 hours working on things that don't need to be taken care of. But yeah, this is the fun of coding. Let's try because this could work, right? I'm saying that this could work. Let's see. Filter. Width and height, don't need to care about it. Background color, don't need to care about it. Um, currently it doesn't really change anything, so we don't need to care about that too much as well. Inside this, we have the one that we only want to apply. Canvas VRM. Yep. And that is class. Class VRM. Yeah, so we also need a class equals to VRM ID VRM canvas. Yep, okay. Definitely cool. Yeah, let's try. div VRM blur. And we definitely don't need these 2 and 3. And we need these as well, so that this is fixed to the top. And let's see. Oh, we just spent 2.5 hours. Okay. Okay, so this work. That is good. Yeah, we just okay, so I believe you can see that this is like blurring. Right? So okay. Let's forget about that shader thing. Let's forget about shade because div can also be blurred, right? Although we cannot directly blur the canvas, we can blur the div. Yeah, let's go. It makes it make a lot of sense. Yeah. Thanks for the idea, Sincere. It helps it helps a lot. It helps. It help us it probably save us 3 hours more. You know, it doesn't just say 2.5 hours. It save us like in the combination of like 6 hours, I believe. Yes. So this is the part think where we could optimize. Uh, and currently there are like 5 pixel blur, and think I think what we could do is that we don't have blur here. Instead, we have blur in the effect. These are styles, right? So we have blur in the effect. And what about... Yes, it should be fine that we are applying that every time. But we don't need to apply it every time. We just need to apply it whenever that function is executed. So yes, okay, so there are a lot of things that we can do. First of all, everything here, comment it out. Let's not remove it for now, because we might, at the end, handling something maybe similar after. But document get element by ID. We're trying to get the canvas. So this we will have div vrm equals to here. we made everything blur. No, we didn't make everything blur. We actually only blurred the VRM, the 3D inside it, which is the design, the design effect. Work with CXS style effect would try that instead of shader. Yeah, yeah, I'm not familiar with CSS also, so that's why. That's why. Style, uh, WebKit filter. That is interesting. Hmm. How do I? So JS WebKit filter. Dynamically changing WebKit filter value. Okay. So we will need to use set attribution. No, no. Completely overrides that. No, yep, this is not what I want. Hmm. No, okay, this is tricky. I don't think to find one that work. That is interesting. Okay. Hmm. Okay, okay. I think we got something here. I think we got something here. Shouldn't it? What? Uh, I don't think this is the correct setting. Alright. Alright. So, I'm not sure if that will work, but let's try. Blur phi. And we also need a lot more for all these. Modes filter, O filter, MS filter, and filter. And we can remove these, and let's see. Okay, it is blurring now, but, if we have in the GUI, when we initialize the filter, we set the default value to false. Will it be applying? No. So in the visual effect, when we open it up, it is blurring. And when we remove it, it's still blurring because we don't have this. We made everything work with this. Hey, hello, New Chris. So welcome back. Yeah, we get it work. Thanks to Sincere for a great recommendation to actually use deep blur instead of using the shaders. Because we stuck with shaders for a long while. And yes. So okay, good. So I think based on what we have learned, the blur effect applying is good. Remove effect. We also need to define a remove effect. Remove, blur. With this remove effect, we will define this with a style of no blur. Can we just delete this? Let's see. And instead of executing that every single loop, that what we are doing it right now in the update effect, and here, what about we operate that in GUI whenever the onClick is executed? And we can actually go into here, item check, onClick equals to the function of execution that runs the effect item. So if item checked, so if that is checked, it means that we will execute the effect, right? And if that is not checked, we will execute the remove effect. Right. You can better just add and remove CSS class. That makes so much sense, you know? That makes so Yeah, that makes so much sense. But yeah, let me test this first, right? Adding blur. What? Okay, so removing blur doesn't work. Okay, so let's go with what you just mentioned. Uh, that makes so much sense. Um, let's call it. Yeah, DFB bird. Effect blur. Okay, so ideally, plus equals to blur effect. You can And switching class will work a lot better. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Switching class. Yeah, you that makes sense as well. Okay, but I think adding class might be better because we are not just applying blur. That is just one, right? So maybe instead of uh instead of switching, we add and remove. You could do that, but this guy is writing pre-circle. Yes, yes, exactly, exactly. That's what I'm currently writing. Uh, yes. I mean, yeah. There's just not the. Yep. Remove effect. Remove effect. Yeah, I think you can probably figure that out since what you're from what you're looking at, like vanilla JS, get object create element. Yeah, yeah. Anyway, so if that is checked, remove effect. Yeah. Okay, let's see if this works. Yeah, just add and remove the class. That's what we're trying to do. And for remove doesn't work. Huh. That is interesting though. So first of all, let's check if that is executed. And we go into the console. Blur, no blur. Remove effect is not a function. What? Remove blur effect. I think we are. Oh, typo. Okay, so let's see. We should be work. It should be working. Yes. Now it is working. Whew. So we have one filter finished. One filter not finished. Because okay, that is interesting, right? Because we also need to adjust the blur value here. We also want to adjust the blur value here. At this, yes, at this we got one filter working, but we will need more. And also I want to dynamically adjust the blur value. Currently it is fixed to 5. To have the function diff could see program can become with the program. Yeah, okay, so we want to dynamically be able to adjust the blur value. So that could be the reason why just having this add and removed class name is not might not be as good as we would like, because we cannot change the value inside this CSS, right? Below that, make everything manual. Yep. Okay, cool. Yep. Yep. Let's make. Let's see if this work again. Let's see if this work. Let's see if this work again. Okay, not blur, blur, and no. And okay, so the delete doesn't work. But what if we do something like this? Ooh, will it work? Okay. Okay, this worked actually. Yeah, I think this is actually kind of like a little bit more flexible that we can change the value here. Yeah, although it's like super ugly, there's one way to change it. We can introduce variables in CSS also and make level in GUI instead of a slider. Yes, that could. Yeah, so yeah, but we can also set a I think we can also set levels in sliders, right? So it can only move one at a time if we want. Increase in case we need slider of level to value. Look easier to do though. Yeah, the ugly one look easier to do. That's for sure. That's why our code keep getting uglier and uglier. And yeah, that is just how it is. Yeah, yeah. That makes sense. That makes sense. Cool. Okay, so I think we can code it. We can. Okay, let's remove these as well. So I think for now, at this for now, uh, this could be something that we called good enough. Handling CSS variable might become more complex and yeah, yeah, yeah. So let's put it like this now, and we can define a blur constant, a blur constant, and the blur constant can be based on a slider in under the blur that we can change this value afterward, right? But that is afterward, so we don't worry about that too much. Yeah, let's go with this for now. And the next, good. So if we're going with this for now, I think we can check what is the next function that we want to implement because I already forgot. It's like 4 hours ago that we decided that we will also want to do flare and lighting, right? So we want to change the lighting of the current front light. Right, so there are a lot of things that we can do. We can have the user to add new light into the scene, or we can have the user to change the color of the light, which I think we'll just have to go with the easier one. Have the use Let the user be able to change the color of the light, and hope we'll be able to complete that relatively faster this time. So for the light to work, we can check the current light definition. Where's our light? Is it defined in? Is it defined in controller? What? We're defining our light controller? Why? Why are we defining our light in controller? We just went through 4 hours of programming. Yeah. That's true. That's true. Sim. Yeah. Okay. The reason why is probably because we want to add or remove the VRN file. But it actually doesn't make sense though. Draw theme, draw theme, draw sim, draw sim. Yep. Okay. VRM sim. If current VRM and add draw sim. Update VRM sim. Loading sim. Alright, so based on what I am currently seeing, what we should do is to move this to GUI. Right, we should move it here then. 3D render, camera, 3D camera, 3D control, and we should probably add a sim here. 3D sim. And by that, we should define a function getSim that return the sim. And for that, we can check how many sims are there. Sims, remove sim, sims add. Okay, so here right now we can use getSim to get a sim to remove. This is probably not a very good approach actually, but because what I might need to do is actually create a function called add sim and removes add object to theme and remove object to theme, right? We just went okay. But yeah. And draw sim we don't need to pass the sim because we already have the sim. So let's see the draw sim inside the GUI. SC and E, we already defined it here, so we don't need it. And we have the camera already. So this will probably be a better approach that we'd have the sim here. Right under the renderer, right? Add to thing to sim and how do we code it though? Yeah, I think okay. Remove from sim obj obj. And we don't need the return. I think this is a better approach that we have. Because what we do here is remove and add. That's it. That's all we do for a theme. So I think this is a better approach than remove and add. Okay. can't see the ID. Oh, sorry. Right. So we're add to theme, we're remove from theme, we're trying to get the object to add to or remove from the controller. And that is called add to theme and remove from theme. Sorry, this is remove from theme, and this is add to theme. Let's see if this will work. Right, let's see if this will work. Okay, so I believe it kind of worked. Let's test another VRN model just for testing purposes. Let's get my model loading. Okay, okay, so it should be working. It should be working. Okay, nice. Okay, so we are removing scene from our controller, which is a good progress. And after that, we will have to okay, so we also get a light here as well. And from what we are seeing right now, we can see that we have a direct light. Yes, so we have a direct light of this color, basically white. And we set a position that we normalized, that we don't really need to care too much about if we're just changing the color of it. 3 direct light color, directional light color. So what we will need to find out now, let's remove all of this nonsense. Uh-huh. Okay. Yep. All of these nonsense. Yes. Okay. So what we want to do now, 3 directional light color. Right. God does not love the programmers anymore. I mean, I feel alright. Alright, so I feel alright. I feel alright. Light. Directional light. Light. Color. That is for initialization. Properties, color of the. Okay. Default to a new color set to white. If not, pass in the constructor. For some, maybe. Yeah, I would say I'm quite positive. Right, so let's see. Let's see. We want to get light. Okay. I think what we light position also want to do is here, and we return the directional light. Right. Does it make sense? I'm not sure if that makes sense, but uh the color. So we want to change the color of the light, right? So what? You're right. I'm writing a program with X and I curse it every day. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it could be because I'm writing this not for work. I'm not writing this for work, right? I'm writing this as a hobby. I mean, for the all right. So for the coding job or task that I'm doing in real life. All right, I'm doing coding in real life right now as well, right? But for the coding that I have to do at work, yeah, it is not as fun as what we're currently doing for OpenLive3D. So yeah, maybe because it's a hobby, so that's why I find it more interesting. Right. So adjust color effect, light color effect, and what we will want is here in Flare key. All right, let's copy everything first. Key is light color. Light color. Light color. A little bit too long. Okay. The color of the directional light. And the type will be flare. Effect will be adjust color light. And that will be interesting. What about remove? Remove effect. Okay, so we still have to define the reset light color effect, right? And we can use reset light color effect here. With that, we can get directional light. And we can get the light, and we can adjust the color. New color. Let's just adjust it for now to be like this. Alright, so we can adjust it after we have more idea. But before that, let's just see if this work. Let's see if this work even. So in visual effect in the flare we have a light. Holy moly, what the fuck? And it doesn't even reset. Huh. Why? Click. we're trying to apply the effect, and when it's checked, it will run the effect. When it's not, it will run the remove. Okay, I am guessing that the light is completely broken, so that's why everything is black. So if we change it to a more, it's not a bug, it's a feature. Yeah, we can have a effect called make everything black, and that would be, we just finished that. All right, so yeah, that is still fail. Okay, so the color will need to be defined. I think it's not as simple as we thought it would be. We need to use this to define the color. Or we could use this. Alright, so I think this one is like far easier. Okay, let's see. Yeah, but if we're just using define. Okay, so let's try this one. Shoot. New color and the color code. And new color with more F. And we can see if things will actually work. Then let's apply the visual effect. Yes, now they work. Right, so instead of just having the user to apply the effect, we should let the user be able to control what color they want to choose. And that don't need to be done today. Yeah, we just have we're just setting up the structure. So yes, another not basically another one done. Let's go back to it. Sample done. Fun life, but have to go. Yeah. See you, Brick. Have a nice time. See you guys next live. Cool, cool, cool. Yeah. Have a good time then. Have a good time. And the next one that we possibly will like to do is the particle effect. Whew! Particle effect. We probably won't be able to do particle effect right now with. Alright, I still need. I'll probably have to go before. I'm currently in the UK, so and right now is 7:14. I probably have to go before 7:45 for dinner. But for particle effect, how fast can we do it? Right, but forget about how fast we can do it. Let's just try to do it then. So let's get back to the code and let's check some sample code for particles. Let's check my own code for the JavaScript 100-day challenge that I did last 2 years ago. Damn, it's a long time ago. And I did try to use the particles engine, I believe. So where is the particle engine? Particles. Yeah, and I did learn how to apply. I think I did learn how to apply shaders at that time, but I completely forgot about the fuck what I'm doing. Alright, so yes, so we do have the samples here, which are great. The two GPU one, space hyperspeed. Ooh. Okay, so yes, we do have the samples that I tried before, and that will be December 23, 24, and 26. So December 23, 24, 26. Let's see. What we were using. Okay, so we were directly using 3JS. What is this one? Again? Let's see. December 23. 3DQ Light Show. Yeah, so I directly use this one. Oh, I'm directly using the 3JS to add a cube and add a light, right? So yeah, this is very basic 3JS. And for this one, I'm using the Pixit.js to do the particle emitter. Pixit renderer and sprite. I think this is probably what we have to do though, if we're going to do particle. And this one is a bubble effect, right? Bubble. Yes, this one is a bubble effect that we're directly using from the Pixit.js IO. And that should be good enough. Although the rotation things that I said is pretty stupid, I'm guessing. But should be good enough. Okay, so let's try it then. Let's try it. Let's copy these two for dependencies into our code. We have these two at the late part here. So now we have the particles. Let's first check if there's any library config. Hopefully not. Shouldn't. Yes. And then after that, by the way, this is also the particle effect that I'm trying to do. I think this is way easier. Do I have the? I still have the spark. Cool. But I think I do have both. Yes, I do have both. You could do that with 3JS. You mean the particles, right? Yes, we could do that with 3JS. But that would take a long time. If we're using this, the reason why I tried this Pixit.js particle emitter is also because it is super fast to do. It's very easy to do. And yeah, I mean, I know it. I know that. You see, like adding bubbles are very simple, and you can have a very high frame. If we're doing that with CPU, it's going to be very laggy. But hey, let's see. How do we do this? So we get a canvas. Yes, we do have canvas. We don't need to worry about that too much. Render option. Okay, the particle one will be trickier because we want a particle player to keep playing together with the friend, right? So this will need to be going with the loop. Sorry. Okay, so let's copy all the code here and get it to here now. Right, so frame rate, we don't need that. Let's remove everything in regard to frame rate. Now, if emit update, ellipse now. Oh, we need the time actually. Okay. Oh, okay. We okay. That then in this case we probably cannot reduce this. All right. So for the frame rate object, at least we can remove it. All right. So we still have a canvas. The canvas still fixed to the top left, which is good because this is basically exactly the same as what we have. For the current canvas, should be good. And for this canvas, we're trying to have the positive container emitter and emitter equals to, why are we defining emitter here? Is there a reason? There is no reason why we're defining an emitter here. And why we're defining that to be a window emitter? Is there a reason why? Can we just do it like this? I already forgot some of the reason why I wrote code like this though. Okay, so let's open up another terminal. And for this terminal, I will go to the JS Visualization 100-day challenge because I actually have that set up. And let's open up another localhost testing. So let's see. Localhost 1, and that would be 2021 job 24 HTML. So that's that. Okay, that is currently working fine. And let's check the code. Let's change the code a bit. To see if that still works. That might not work. That still work. If that still work, it doesn't make sense that we were using the Windows emitter then, right? Because emitter just work. Let me see it again. Yeah, I don't see why I shouldn't just use this. And also why the current emitter look a bit weird. Huh. Yeah, it look a bit weird though. It doesn't look It doesn't look very pretty. Okay. All right. So for the file that I'm currently editing, let me add it to here. Right. So this is the file that I'm currently editing or trying to edit. As you can see, we are having the emitter function here. And the part where I'm more concerned is that why is the bubble inside the circle look so weird when it's trying to emit? Right, so yep, on subpar bubbles aren't bouncing enough. No, I mean, I don't set it to be bouncing anyway. So this is just an emitter. Of course, we can have the bubble bouncing around, but if we're just adding basic particle effect, that should be enough. Just that it is a bit ugly, I would say, for the behavior that it is. Like rotating, I don't need that. Or we could use this. Like this is a lot simpler. No, not this one. Not this one as well. We could use this one. I mean the definition is simpler, right? Let's see. I think this is smaller in terms of config. Let's change the code and we'll see. Config, yes. Let's remove it. See. Why is it rotating then? What the heck? Okay, so the rotation is probably done. Okay, update owner position. Okay, the rotation is down here. We don't need it. We don't need it. Can we just remove these? Yes, we can. Remove it. Okay, if we remove it, and if we remove the config, will it just look better? Let's refresh the file. What the heck? Alright, so we are either okay, so we also need to remove this line as well. So let's see. Okay. Um. hmm, Um. CYCX. Okay. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Let's just CYCX and see if that will work. From the center and emit bubbles. How about we do things like this? For the bubbling effect. I think this will work. Right? Could work. It's a little bit stupid, but yeah. I would say it's good enough. Okay, this is the time when I say that it is good enough. That's actually see how we can make it everything work. So first of all, we need a emitter container. Why is that? Emitter container. Won't know until implemented it. Exactly. Exactly. We will see. We will see. Hmm. Okay. So canvas render option. Okay. Radius. What is this radius and T ratio? It's not found anywhere. T ratio? Also not found anywhere. Okay, removed. Good. And what is this tint? Let's see how it goes. What the heck is a background? Okay, so we do we need to worry about this? The background? I don't want to have a background. Can we not have a background? Can we not have a background? Will it still work? It still work. So we don't need to have a background then. And when we don't have a background, we define a container, add it to the stage. And we have a Pixiv renderer here. Where is it utilized? Utilized here, inside the loop. Phew. That render the stage. That is interesting. Do we inside the delta? Do we get the delta in the VI loop? Oh, sorry, not in the VI loop. That's initialization. Update log. In the VI loop, do we have the delta? We don't have the delta. We don't have the delta. Here, update sim is the one where we get the delta. Okay. That is interesting. That is interesting. So in particle effect, we actually do need to update effect. We do need to update the effect, and it should be right after theme. So here we do have to update. Can we copy paste maybe? Okay. So update effect. Inside this update effect, we have the effect. Let's call it update effect. If check and update effect exists, we will execute update effect. Okay, that makes sense to me. So inside our effect manager, I also want to call it init effect or enable effect. Let's call it enable effect because no, nothing, just because. And local modifier, config modifier, enable effect. It should be called disable effect. Disable effect. And disable. Good. So now we have an update effect for the particles. Enable and disable. We still need enable and disable, which is good, but we also need an update effect function that we will define. Update bubble effect, and that will be enable bubble effect and disable bubble effect. So that's in the enable bubble effect. Sorry, I have to change the name. Disable blur effect. And enable bubble effect, what do we need to do? And disable bubble effect. And also update bubble effect. That's good. That's good. Great. So for enable bubble effect, what we will need to do is to do a lot of initialization. Maybe we don't need to set everything inside this effect. Alright, so this is just a sample. This is one that actually working with the minimal setup. So we can open it here and we can close the file. And for here, we're having the minimum setup, it seems. Yep. So for now, we will need to define render option, stage renderer, emit container, Can we define another function? Wait a second. So to get this done, we need a canvas, and we not just need the canvas. We need the canvas to be finished, and we not just need the canvas to be finished. We also need the canvas to have the width and height already, which means this will need to be a function that is called somewhere else, and we will probably need an function called init particle emitter that we have to define somewhere. Okay. So I think for these we can copy it. Canvas, we already have it. Canvas width, canvas height. And for the stage, pixel, for the renderer, yes. We coded, we have to code it PC renderer. PC stage. PC stage. PC renderer. Oh, it is not code anywhere. Okay. Emit container. Okay. Hook and container hook. Are these two used? No, they were not used. So we can remove it. And then we can define the emitter. And the emitter is utilized in a lot of different places, it seems. Yes. So we need an emitter that will be here and here. Right, so not here, actually. The emitter will be in here. Emitter equals to emit container, and here it will be null. Right, so emitter won't know until you implemented it. Yes. Yes, let's continue to work on this one. So the emitter, hope we can finish it faster then, because I do need to have dinner. Pixel stage. Okay. Pixel renderer. Where is it used? Renderer. It is used here. So we need it to render the stage. Huh. Yep. So these three are all necessary. PC emitter. Let's change the name. Emitter container config. Okay, cool. And these two will also need to be here and here and up. And this now. Alright, so we got these three. And we got these three here. Okay. And we have the container here, which is problematic. Okay, cool. I just have to change the name so that everything is aligned completely. Okay, and config, we can just copy this one into the sub function. Okay, nice. And we do have the emitter ready. And with that, is there anything that we need to take care of? Nope. And we also need to have these two. If emitter update frame rate, don't care. Ellipse don't need to really care about it as well. This one, let's put it late, and we do need these three. So instead of like this, let's put it like this. Yes. Let's put it like this. And we have the image function. Here. PC emitter PC renderer and PC stage, and we will have the delta passed to this function directly, hopefully. And because we want to pass a delta directly into it, we will code clock get delta and send it to here. Update effect. And let's fucking see. Let's see. Let's see if anything even makes sense. Visual effect particles. What the heck? Okay, nothing changed. But we didn't get any error as well. Which is weird. Okay. So let's see. Bubble effect. Bubble emit bubbles. Alright, so the problem. What is the problem though? Okay, the problem is what the fuck is the problem? The problem is the problem that we don't need the emitter. Okay, let's need the emitter here. Let's call it initiator. Effect. Let's call it init effect, although we currently only need the particles. Emitter. Holy fucking shit. Okay, anyway. Does it fuck the heck? Are we getting any error anyway? WebGL invalid operation unified 3D location is not from current program. Insufficient buffer size. What? Geo invalid operation vertex was too many arrows. Okay. Yep. This basically means we cannot use other people's particle engine. It doesn't work. And it is time for us to have for me to have dinner then. Yeah, it doesn't work, and let's tackle it some other day. We can definitely try when we got more time to try it. But yeah, that's enough of a day. Let's call it a day, and we will see. Alright, so after removing these parts, we should get it at its back to work. Well, okay, cool. At least we have this uh back to work. Alright, so we have to write our own particle engine, it seems, and we have to write that based on 3JS. So unfortunately, we cannot just use the particle engine that someone else built. It apparently conflicted with a lot of the 3VRM that we're using. It's messing everything up. So yes. Gotta have dinner. Thanks everyone for tuning in. Thanks Sincere. You save us 6 hours. And yes. Have a good day and see you next time. Bye bye. Bye bye.